Thank you. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Good morning.
Good morning. I didn't prepare my written statement this morning, so please bear with me. I might like to have a minute at the end of the open public comment you have at the end of the agenda. I think it would be good to assign a time to that for people that can't be here first thing in the morning but might like to come a little later if they knew exactly when to show up. Within 5 or 10 minutes might be helpful. I've been told that the land for our nation's capital was donated.
State your name for the record.
Stephanie Phillips, daughter of Luther W. I was told that the land for the District of Columbia, our nation's capital, was donated by Maryland and Virginia. I was told the county my ancestry is from in North Carolina was donated by Yancey and Buncombe. I think the Panhandle originally belonged to the state of West Virginia. Am I correct in that? The state of Virginia. These are very generous land donations. My ancestry is very complicated, and I have not pursued identifying that publicly. That will be done for me at some point. I try to take each issue as it comes to me and deal with the issue, not the people involved in it. I'd like to compliment the opening weekend of the swimming pool. I would like to compliment the staff that was on deck. And I'd like to compliment the community, especially your teens and tweens, for doing an excellent job of following the rules and looking out for their friends.
Okay.
I have concerns my vote was not counted. I did not get directions redirected to a separate polling site. I am concerned about the way my registration and taxes have been handled. And with today's advanced technology, when you first go to register your vehicle, if you do have to fill out some assessor form, I'm going to humbly suggest that the DMV tell the person, go do that, get registered in the tax system, and then come back and get your initial registration so that within 1 calendar year, we can get that tax money to the county. Now, I filed a racketeering case against the United States federal government in Buncombe County, North Carolina, over the taking of my family's land on September 12, 2001.
Mrs. Phillips,
And that,
we're
excuse
not
me,
here-
I'm almost
We're not
done.
here to listen to your personal stuff, okay? We're only here, I told you last week, for items that we control under the county council. I'm trying to be nice,
I'm trying to be nice too, sir,
Okay.
with all due respect.
and I will be
There are
more than
things in
glad.
this county that could relate to that case, and I want to protect the reputation of this county and leave this county out of it as much as possible. But what you need to understand is I can separate the classification, national security of my family into 2 categories, my grandmother and my father's, and the next generation. And the next generation has been mishandled to maintain a national security classification inappropriately to not allow us to understand our ancestry. Now, the keys I'm most concerned about are not the keys to the Biltmore estate. And actually, they're not the keys to my family home that I got separated from here. The keys I'm most concerned about are the damming system along the entire eastern seaboard. And if that property ever
We
belonged to
cannot
my
do
family,
anything about that.
I have a right to try to help with that.
I'm going to ask you
As far as the land
I'm going to ask you to
developers,
stop now, or I'm going to have you removed, please.
we can invite the appropriate people down south.
Please.
The last comment is the federal government moved that case out of the state to a federal courthouse where that land grab took place, meaning they're trying to judge themselves. It's called conflict of interest.
And Mr. Davis, that is Jennifer's concern, okay?
Yes, sir. She's been showing up at night. Yeah.
Okay.
Central.
All right. Anyone else from the public? Jeff, we need to talk after the meeting, okay? Need a motion to approve the agenda, but I think we do have a modification, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. I'm respectfully requesting that the council remove the 10 o'clock bid opening. We did receive bids, but we have some questions about the process that we need to work through. So for now, if you could table the bid opening at least until next week, and we'll discuss later.
All right.
Okay, Mr. President, I move we accept the agenda as modified for Thursday, June the 2nd, 2022.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Davis, or I'm sorry, I've done that to you last week. Any questions on the purchase order? Mr. Davis, you have any statements or concerns on the purchase order?
No, sir, it's one of our smaller when we're closing out the year. We will on next week's have some expense for the lighting that you approved that we'll take care of through some internal budget or some state budget revisions next week. But this is fairly uneventful.
Had to make a note. All right, we have, everybody okay with that then? Change in status, new hire recommendation received from Gary Wine, Deputy County Administrator, for the following: Allison Buchanan as an IT coordinator with an annual salary of $37,509 effective July 1st, 2022. Nicholas Cackley as a senior IT analyst with an annual salary of $60,961 effective July 1st, 2022. Letter of resignation received from the prosecuting attorney's office for Jara Green effective June 7th, 2022. Any questions on the change in status? We have no minutes to approve this week. County council calendars. We will be here next Thursday at 9:30 a.m. And boards and commissions, we have Planning Commission 6 p.m. on Monday the 6th, Tuesday the 7th, 5 p.m. Sewer, 6 p.m. Stormwater, Wednesday the 8th, 9:30 a.m. Development Authority, 6 p.m. Roundhouse Authority, Thursday the 9th, Fire Board, 6:30 p.m. here in the chamber. Any changes on boards and commissions? Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda for June 2nd, 2022.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We have Larry Hess today. Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
I had no meetings no formal meetings this week.
Okay. Mr. Delier.
I had none either.
Mr. Whitaker.
By me.
All right. Break it up, Eddie. I know you're busy.
I'm good.
And I
It's
guess
that
I'm,
last week of the month.
yeah, I guess I might have to say the same thing that I can recall anyway. Board and commission vacancies. Any activity there?
Yes, sir. I guess I can do them all in one motion, but I'd like to recommend or move that the following people be reapplied to, reappointed to the Eastern Regional Planning and Development Council 9. That's Sandra Hamilton, Guy Avey, Chris Strobel, Neil McLaughlin, and Jim Klein and Chad Weinberg.
And we have all their applications for renewal.
And they're, yeah.
All right.
Good members.
All right. I have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any other activity?
Yes,
Yes,
sir. Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
No, I was going to say I'd like to reappoint Mr. Klein, Jim Klein, to Eastern West Virginia Regional Airport Authority.
All right. Have a motion on the floor. It's got a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. Any other activity?
Yes, sir. Reappoint Mr. John Kunkel to the Berkeley County Public Sewer District.
All right. Have a motion on the floor. Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Business.
All right. Any other activity? All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll also reappoint Matthew Grove to the Solid Waste Authority.
Have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right.
Missed that one.
Okay. All right, Will, you're up 30 minutes early. We need that today, probably.
Yes, Council.
79.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Today I present the 77, not 79, proposed settlements, estate settlements for the month of June 2022. All estates presented here today are nearly identical to those found in your read-ahead and those published in the Journal newspaper May 4th, 2022, in accordance with West Virginia law. My office was forced to withhold two estates, the estates of Kenneth Lee Mumaw, M-U-M-A-W, and Morris Wayne Young, due to issues while examining their final settlement paperwork filed for each estate. My office can also ensure this council that all relevant parties hereto have been either adequately noticed of these estate settlements or have been reported as insolvent, reporting a distribution of no probate assets to heirs or beneficiaries. Lastly, the fiduciary office can report that no objection, written or otherwise, have been received from my office, to my office, inhibiting any of these estates listed from settling today. Barring any present interested parties' objection, I ask for the following. First, that this council waive the individual reading of the estates for this month, and that this council approve the 77 estates for the month of June.
So the states were printed in paper.
That is correct, including the two that we had to pull.
And I'm just gonna, Mr. Whitaker, I see there's a Whitaker on here. You're no relative.
No.
No ties.
No.
Didn't inherit a bunch of money.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Entertain a motion on the 77 accounts.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the 77 accounts as presented by the fiduciary.
I have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second.
And agreeing to waive the reading.
If you want.
Okay.
I would appreciate
I'll
that.
second.
I think everyone in attendance would also appreciate that.
I'll
All right.
second that.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor, a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. You have no estate hearings to schedule?
None at this time, Council.
Okay, keep it up.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Mr. President, Tracy Gilliams is on her way over.
Okay, all right.
Moving right along.
Hey, we can roll right through this. Agenda.
I know.
You have some telephone. You got some of it already.
Sure.
She runs
Yes, you
over.
can. Mm-hmm.
What time do you want her here?
Around 10:20.
See if she can come here in 10 minutes.
Sir, if you're here, are you here for the bid?
Yes, sir.
We postponed that. Okay, we postponed that this morning. Just want to let you know. We hope to maybe do that next week, but we're not sure yet. I'm sure Mr. Davis will give some, well, you can go on our website and see the notification if it's there, or you can call the office to check with us on whether it's going forward or not. No problems on your all side. It's just a little bit of administration stuff on our side, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda is Tracy. Wait a second. I better get my Tracy, Gillum, and Elizabeth for the BJA-Stop School Violence Program Grant. Tell us a little bit about that one, and
I've been working on this grant off and on for the last 8 months. I've attended webinars with school violence and shootings fall under the Secret Service. So I've attended a lot of their webinars and trainings, and some that were restricted to police, but because I'm writing with FOR and the Sheriff's Department, they allowed me into those trainings. And between April and myself, we have had a lot of conversations with the National Police Institute. So I'll go through this with you. This is a 36-month grant for $1 million, and it is to provide training for the Berkeley County School Resource Officers, Berkeley County school teachers, Berkeley County school personnel, to help them identify suspicious behavior, have a deeper understanding of the behaviors associated with targeted school violence, behavior characteristics in students who are at risk or high risk of violent behavior towards themselves or others, de-escalation, conflict resolution, and prevention decision point techniques. And the grant funding will pay for the following. So that I could pull in the Catalyst program that Tim runs, all of his referrals are from the school and juvenile court, so that I could pull in that data and that program. One of his therapists in the Catalyst program is not covered by a grant, so I put it in this one so that I could pull all of that in. So it will pay for the therapist in years 1, 2, and 3, just that individual's salary for $197,893.05. It will pay for 3 active shooter bailout bags, starting with 3 and having them in the high schools. And a bailout bag just has communication cards in them, and a medical kit, just some basic stuff that would be for an active shooter or a violent situation. A survivor simulated virtual training system at $181,500, and that is a huge 5-screen, floor-to-ceiling, 5 screens with a computer program that simulates different scenarios that you can run de-escalation talking points to, or target practice. There's an attachment to your own gun that you can practice shooting if you have to. And that would be used for the police department and also school personnel, teachers and personnel. And that purchases in year 1. Years 1 and 2, the National Policing Institute for $214,665.12. And that is for, they have developed a pilot program that is BJA approved, and it would be done here. And it includes 3 trainings for targeted school violence, behavioral threat assessment and management for school resource officers, teachers, school personnel, and to assist in developing and implementing standardized threat reporting and assessment protocols, and assist in creating and implementing the operations of a threat assessment team. We have, between April and I, we've talked a lot to the gentleman that oversees this and their case studies. And there was, I'm not sure what the year was, 2017, there was a kid who had experienced some behavior and threats and different things, and he was turned in. He pled guilty to wanting to shoot up his school, and he went to juvenile detention. So when he turned 18, he was released. During that time, nobody took care of the problem. He came out and was still as angry as the day he went in.
Probably
And
more
2
so.
months after he was released, he went down to the beach and I think he shot 4 or 5 people, and 2 of them died, including himself. So there's a problem that his issues didn't get addressed. So that's how I was able to bring in the Catalyst program and things like that. But their pilot program, it includes them coming once a month and helping to train for you to notice the ones that have the individuals who've carried out school shootings. There's similarities between the ones that have been averted. There's the same behaviors that happen, and they've narrowed that down and teach you how to look for and then what to do once you have recognized this behavior in the students. What do you do after you recognize it? There are also in years 1, 2, and 3, 3 trainings during year 1, year 2, and year 3 at the National Association of School Resource Officers for our 3 school resource officers and then their 3 backups, so 6 people. I'm going to those, and that includes their registration, their travel, their hotel, and their meals, and those trainings are in the summer.
Go ahead.
One more thing, years 1, 2, and 3, it will pay for 2 school social workers for the Board of Education and the Martinsburg Initiative. I was able to use Martinsburg Initiative's program that they use with their school with their school social workers. They have 2 in the schools, and I was able to use how they are a backup for the school resource officer in recognizing behavior, talking to the kids and getting them referred to Project Aware or Catalyst or East Ridge.
All right. One of the things that is catching up to us a little bit is, in order to do the training that we're trying to do to prepare us for most situations, isn't allowing for paying public safety or anybody involved in this salaries, and not only salaries but benefits in their time and a half, because they're doing it after hours, because they can't be, as for example, police officers can't be pulled off the road. Because they're needed there, right? So it's time and a half minimum. Is that being, because we have to consider that when we
This grant doesn't allow for overtime for the school resource officers because the Department of Justice considers it part of their job to get the training. But in another grant that we're working on that will be here next week, that does allow for overtime. So that's included in the budget for that particular
But
grant.
also, this will also get involved, if I think I heard you correctly, is even the sheriff's department on how to react to a situation that may happen or could happen in the schools, right? You know, so that's not that's part of their job, but again, I just think that this is a prime example that if we want to continue to go down the path and get training for all of our public safety officers, then we have to make sure that we think about increasing of the salary and overtime.
Right. This particular grant that we're talking about today, it does not allow for overtime.
Okay.
But we're making sure that we check that, and if we can include it, we will include it, but this one does not.
Okay. All right. So we just have to keep track of that stuff. I mean, naturally, with what's going on in the schools and stuff like that here in the nation, naturally, we want to be prepared for that if it ever did happen, like we hope it doesn't.
How I wrote this was at least once a quarter, the schools have a school senate day it was called,
So it would be on a
in service when I was in school. And that's a day that the kids aren't there and the teachers plans. And so I used that day that the virtual training or the National Police Institute would come in on that day. So the school resource officer is there that day. That's not any extra time.
Right.
That would be an overtime. So I didn't write it for after hours or weekend. I specifically wrote it for when the school personnel would be there anyway
I understand.
or something. So, and it's not like a long training.
All right, let me stop you just for a second. We have a 10 o'clock, we had a 10 o'clock bid opening scheduled for today. I just want to let y'all know that that's been postponed until at least next week. We're working through some details. All the bids are staying sealed. They're here. There was a gentleman here earlier. I just want to let him know, and he already left. I know y'all's here for that. I didn't want to postpone y'all, and it's 10 o'clock. It's more of a, there's some grant money involved in that. We just got to work through some of the details on that. Okay? Thank you. Okay, Tracy. That captures everybody out there listening to us as well.
But this, I didn't need to allow for at least the school resource officers and the school personnel for their training because I worked it into their normal schedule.
Yeah, this wasn't directed to you. It's more of it's just more of a statement that I was making that we have to be ready to make those adjustments. Okay, that's all.
This grant, you're dealing with several agencies, the Board of Education, the School Resource Officer, the City of Martinsburg. Who's going to administer the program?
My grant coordinator.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we
she's
do
gonna
that.
pull everything together and make sure Board of Education's involved and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, and I've had I've had conversations with Margaret from the Martinsburg Initiative, and she's had conversations with the Board of Education, and so they were.
They're on board.
Yeah,
Everybody's
yeah.
on board. All right. And this is one that we are applying for, or one that we got?
No, this is one that we're applying for.
Okay.
And there's no match. It's for $1 million over 3 years, and there's no match.
What would you hear?
We should hear before October 1st, but that's not how they sometimes do it. It sometimes has been
Is that
after.
the year, or is the federal?
Yes, the federal grants run October 1st, but last year we heard in November and December on some of the federal grants that started in October 1st.
Okay, need a motion if y'all want to apply for the school violence program grant up for $1 million over a 3-year period.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We're asking for the training for 3 resource officers, but we have 4 high school.
Martinsburg High School has a city police officer,
Yes.
city school resource officer.
So the city of Martinsburg is not involved in this? They're
I
not?
didn't involve them in it.
And I don't know how that Martinsburg initiative works in conjunction with the resource officer. I'm not sure.
I know that one of the Martinsburg Initiative's social workers is in Martinsburg High School and works with the school resource officer for support in dealing with the behavior issues of the kids there.
I think that this is, especially the timing of this is right on the mark, considering the tragedies that we've had in this country. But I am concerned that the city of Martinsburg is not included in this.
I nor Elizabeth have had very much success with the chief of police for Martinsburg. So,
Well, how about this, Tracy? How about if we, is it too late to ask?
yeah. No,
Good.
I had this basically written out, and because of what happened last Tuesday, I came in the next day and completely changed everything. And
Right.
talked with the school resource officer in Hedgesville, and he talked to his administration staff there in the high school, and so I completely changed it in a day. So no, we can go back.
All right, so let's do a motion that, if y'all want to approve to move forward with this grant, that we'll do it with asking, if the city of Martinsburg wants to participate as well.
Yeah, and I absolutely support it. And I think you're hitting all the pertinent levels of concern. But I would just like to, we've got, 4 schools, and I like for them to give the opportunity. If they choose not to, that's up to them, but thank you.
All right, is that a motion? You want to make a formal motion?
My motion would be to table this until the city of Martinsburg had the opportunity to respond to this grant request.
You want to table it, or you want to just make it, that's one of the requests that we can go ahead and give direction to move forward, but ask see if the city of Martinsburg wants to participate.
That'd be fine. Then I would send my motion to table and make the motion that we follow through with this grant upon requesting the city if they would like to be interested and included in it as well. But if not, that we'll move forward.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there have a second? Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Tracy and Elizabeth. All right, let's take a short break and we'll come back. really long day. Good? All right. Back in session. Next on our agenda is Summer Barrett, post-session legislative presentation. Good morning.
Summer, just so you know, we're not quite under the gun like we were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Told you yesterday that
I
there
made
was.
sure I was going to be under.
And
30
I
minutes,
appreciate
but-
that, but we do have, the council does have a little bit more
All
flexibility.
right. Well, I'll give you
That
this,
we
and you can take
had
one
not
and pass it.
anticipated.
That's probably the most important.
How's the little fella doing? Good?
He's great.
Is
2 months old today.
that right?
Wow. Time flies.
Yeah. Before
Yeah.
you know it, they'll be driving.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm telling you, it flies by.
When I put
Graduation.
away his preemie clothes, I was sad.
Our oldest grandson is halfway there already. It seems like it should only be he should only be 2 years old.
It goes way too fast.
Yeah. All right, tell us the accomplishments and where we need to focus time on, please.
All right, so I gave you this little pamphlet here. I'll just start kind of, I know, well, we're, 2.5 months past session now. My apologies for that. My little boy decided to come very early. But
Well, I guess we'll excuse you.
you can talk to him about it if. So we'll go back 2.5 months and talk about the session that ended on March 12th. I kind of just, like I did last year, summarized the session so you could see how many bills were introduced. There were over 2,200 bills introduced, and ultimately the governor signed 280 of them. So I think that kind of puts into perspective just how many pieces of legislation are introduced and then how hard it actually is to get a
All
bill
right, so
passed.
280 of them you signed.
Yep.
All right. I got a crazy question. Is there anything that they ever take off the books?
Like ones that's signed.
Well, no.
Or-
you know, we keep
Old
adding
legislation.
old legislation that could be cleaned up and off the books.
They do work on things like that. So last year and then again this year, they kind of have been, well, this past session and the session prior, they were kind of working on a criminal code rewrite. So taking the, a large part of the criminal section of code and just completely rewriting it. Because like you are kind of indicating, there are laws on there from decades and decades ago that really need to be updated or removed or
Right. I
You
mean,
know.
you
No
put
longer.
280 on the books, and that's probably an average year. But so you know darn well in today's world that some of them need to be updated or thrown away.
Yeah, and I guess some
Or
things
overlap. They
have
overlap.
sunsets in them, so those would come off automatically. But other things, you're right. Until someone goes in and rewrites it or removes it, it is there ultimately
Right.
forever.
Okay.
Which is why I think they've started to look at certain sections of code and say we really need to overhaul this entire section of code because it hasn't been addressed for 50 plus years.
So are you thinking of one in particular, Doug? You think
Yeah, is there something you want to rewrite?
needs to
No,
be
I
done
just-
away with?
I mean, well, part of the things that we say is we especially our legislation that we have today doesn't want to grow government, but every time we put another bill or law in place, we're
Growing government.
growing
Essentially.
government.
I would probably argue that most of these that went through weren't new bills. They were bills that were modifications of existing bills. Aren't they?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right.
Yeah, there are very few times where something is actually adding a section of code. They're, changing something or
Right.
bringing it up to date. And then under the hot topics, I thought it was also pretty interesting and relevant to point out that second top priority for the Senate leadership didn't make it through the process. So that again points out just how difficult it is to get something across the finish line. The Senate leadership can have a priority, and the House says, no, we don't want to take that up, or we don't like the way it comes to us, and ultimately it never makes it across the finish line. So, start with the bills that were county priority bills that
have been signed into law. The first is something that we've been talking about now for well over a year. It's the regional jail per diems, which we all know are a big issue for every county. Ultimately, we worked very hard to try to get some sort of large, overarching, long-term fix to the problem. And this was kind of the fallback. Thankfully, we realized that we needed to have a fallback just in case it didn't the other ones didn't make it through the process. So this one simply extends the freeze on the per diems for another year, taking it to July 1st, 2023. And then now, in the interim, there's a study group that's been formed that is doing a deep dive into all the different facets that really go into this huge overarching problem. And just this past interim session when we were in Morgantown, about a week and a half ago, I guess, that jails committee met again and heard from several different people and talked about this interim study group. And the chairman noted that they're going to have a report ready for the legislature by September. So then that'll hopefully give time for the legislature to look into the report and see what they are receptive to in the long term. So again, we'll be working on that issue next year. Hopefully, maybe it'll be a long-term solution finally, and it doesn't have to be a top priority.
And one
again.
of the things that you can, and I know you have, is to use Berkeley County as an example on how hard we're trying to limit our regional jail bill by alternative sentencing and having everything in place to do that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that. On this study group, the County Commissioners Association, and the Association of Counties are kind of appointing people to this study group. So I talked with some of them to see, how we could get a seat at the table, and ultimately, I think Matt Harvey is likely going to be the appointee from the Association of Counties because he's now the president of that board. But we've talked several times about Berkeley County and he's obviously familiar with it being just over the border in Jefferson
Matt's
County.
a good guy.
But I'll make sure that we are working with him. I'll see him again this weekend at their thing. So I'm going to work with him to make sure that we get taken care of.
Okay, sounds good.
Can I go back a minute when you were talking about the hot topics and the locality pay didn't go through? How do we solve that? That's a huge problem for our area.
Yeah, I think
as well as the northern panhandle.
I can't remember if I
think.
listed that here or not. But it is a huge issue, and it is a big argument that happens over and over and over again. I do think in this last session we likely made more progress on that than has been made before. And then in this, just a week and a half ago when we were in Morgantown for interns, I think he's Dr. Deskins is his last name, from WVU, did a large presentation to the Joint Finance Committee on some of his recommendations or things that he had looked into. So it's definitely a topic of conversation that the legislature is continuing. I think ultimately it's, no person that represents a different part of the state, if their area of the state isn't going to be impacted by a locality pay raise, they're less likely to support it. But I think more and more people are realizing the need for it. And Deskins talked about how the federal government does it. And then I think he also talked about the state of Virginia, how they do it because they have a locality pay structure. So it.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, some of it's all about funding, but if you take, for example, the health department issue, the health department with locality pay, the health department's fairly strong in our area, and they could find money in their budget to be able to do that, but they're not allowed to use other monies out of their budget for that.
Yeah, and that could be something that we work on in the next session. If there's a section of code that needs to be changed to allow them to do that, or to allow the school board, for instance, can do that. They have the ability to give an extra pay raise. So yeah, if there are sections of code that we need to look at and try to address, so our health department or corrections or whoever.
Yeah, and I'm thinking just another way for them to be able to achieve the same goal
Yeah.
without the locality pay, because just the thought of locality pay to some of the counties in the middle of the state is probably, well, why should they get something that we don't get?
Right.
And I get their thought process, but if you allow them to sacrifice something else in their budget to be able to do what they need to do, maybe that's a way around that.
Yeah, that could at
situation.
least work for things like the health department.
Right.
I said corrections, but they're paid by the state, so
Right.
that wouldn't
I
necessarily apply.
would
But
suggest that we look at a regional approach and use the housing index, because that's the main driver of the cost in anybody's household. So, and those numbers we don't create,
The market.
the market does. So
yeah, he mentioned something like that, and I can't remember what his take was on that now, but it was included in his report. I can look to see what he was talking about, but that has always kind of been like, hey, let's do it based on the housing index.
yeah, but
It
we-
would actually, if you did it based on the housing index, I think we talked before when you were down there, and I can't remember who it was with, but that actually would impact areas like Harrison County, for instance.
Right.
So then you start to get more and more people on board when the housing index in their particular
Well,
area is
it's
higher.
fair. I'm gonna give you an interesting fact that I found 2 weeks ago when my daughter was taking the grandbabies to the ball games. And this is a hot topic, right? I believe our school, Berkeley County School Board budget is about $300 million,
Right.
plus or minus overall. With in the 2020 census was about 122,000 people in Berkeley County. Frederick County, Virginia, 91,000 and change is the population. Total school budget $624 million. There's a prime example of locality pay. Edmond Middle Boulevard, you're driving in, there's a big billboard sign says how much they're starting their teachers out if you want to come to Washington County, Maryland. You know?
Yeah.
I think the problem is that you have to find a way to do it, and that's why I was saying allow them to be able to use other portions of their budget to modify, to be able to add to. But I think when you're looking at going with locality pay or the housing or however you structure it, I think the problem is that there's areas that are going to lose money when you take all of it as a whole and divide it up, and they're not willing to do that.
Right.
You know, and I get that. I understand that. But if you do it another way, where you're allowing them to manage their own budget by moving money around to make things happen, you know, they may be able to come up with funding to do some things in other sources. But when you hamstring them and say, nope, you can't pull money out of anything else, and we know our health department could afford to give a little bit more money just by their budget of how they've managing their budget. So, and they've got a great building and work well with the county council. Even if the county was willing to infuse some money, I mean, if you lighten those guidelines of restricting them to be able to do something with their budget that they need to be able to do, and not just dictate from the state level what they can and can't do, I think it's probably a softer way of getting around it, where you're not going to modify the counties that don't need its budgets in order to give to the counties that need it. I think that's, and we've seen that in some other legislation. I think that's a big part of the problem.
On circuit judges and magistrate, they
Well, that's
used
another
a
big
pretty
part.
good idea of how to do that, where no one was losing positions.
Right.
Well, ultimately growing government, right?
Yeah.
Because no one's willing to lose. But I mean, it's a good idea, and it sounds like maybe something that you all might want to put on your priority list for next year, and then we can work on that.
And
Any-
even those thoughts aren't affecting us directly, but indirectly they do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Even the school system, it indirectly affects the health and betterment of Berkeley County.
Oh, yeah.
naturally.
Yeah, like all the bills that they introduced and passed or didn't pass pertaining to the state troopers, whether it's locality pay or I think I mentioned in here the disbursement of the state troopers in the state, which hasn't been changed for decades.
Right.
Yeah, I have that later in here. But yeah, I mean that has a huge impact on every part of the county.
Okay.
I'll go back to.
Yeah,
sorry
I was gonna
to
say,
knock you
No, it's okay.
we're gonna get you nervous here, right?
No, you're fine.
You know that's gonna come, that's
Yeah,
gonna
you're
happen when you come in here, right?
Okay, so I'll go back to the bills signed into law. Any questions about the jails? I mean, I know we have a million comments about the jails, but
All right, so right now, we got through the regional jail, now you.
Yep.
Mental
And-
hygiene, right?
okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure there weren't any questions about that one before I moved on.
Everybody okay with the
Okay.
per diem deal?
Eddie's like, not really, but
You're right.
Okay, so the next bill was a House bill that I think we talked about this last year. Was a year plus of work by a whole group of stakeholders that came together to kind of, like you were talking about, Doug, kind of overhaul this entire section of code because it really was just a wonky mess and hadn't been updated, and every county does it differently, and there just needs to be some sort of continuity across the state. Ways that they can save money, ways that they can make it more efficient. So this bill is a product of that year plus of work. I wanted to mention just a couple things that specifically will help Berkeley County through the Sheriff's Department. There's a study that they're actually doing now about alternative transportation providers. So that would allow the Sheriff's Department to not be doing these transports. That, as you can see here, the study's due to the legislature by July 1st. So hopefully when that's done, they'll be able to see if there are some other options. The bill authorizes DHHR to reimburse the sheriff's departments for those transportations. So that's ultimately going to be a cost savings. If the sheriff's department ends up using a alternative transportation provider and they're paying for that service, then they can request reimbursement from DHHR.
Which is a lot of money for us.
Yeah, it will be a significant savings.
I mean, it not only the personnel matters comes out of the sheriff's department's budget, the transportation expenses comes out of ours, out of our mental hygiene budget.
Right. So that's kind of why on the estimated annual impact, I noted it's to be determined because we're not really sure ultimately what it will end up looking like. But we do know there will be some savings. We're just not completely sure what yet. And there was also within this bill a pilot project, and it will overhaul the entire system basically. It was initially just Cabell County, and then some people from the Northern Panhandle said, "Oh, we need somebody from the Northern Panhandle," so I think it's Ohio County. And in committee, I was sitting there reading the bill, I'm like, "What? Wait, we have no representation from the Eastern Panhandle. We've got Cabell County from southern West Virginia, well, southernish West Virginia. We've got a Northern Panhandle County." So I worked with Senator Rucker, and we got Berkeley County to be included in that pilot project, which I think is an important thing. We're obviously an outlier when it comes to just where we're located. With the two facilities that we're transporting people to are 4 and 5 hours from us. So I thought it was important to include us in that so they can see what the counties in Eastern Panhandle
So
is.
that would have to be another form of bookkeeping to be able to do all that, which is pretty easy. It'd be subcontracting reimbursement.
So what is their biggest objective to video?
Conferencing.
So that was initially in the bill to allow these to be done by video, and it was removed. I believe in the final product, when there's so many amendments are flying around at the very end, it gets a little confusing. But I believe in the final product they removed that because a lot of folks in the legislature still feel that does not necessarily give someone access to full justice. So if they can't appear in person before, it's not a judge in this case, it's a mental hygiene commissioner, they may not have that full
But they did
access
that
justice.
for, they done that for Magistrate and Circuit Court.
Right. So it's interesting. You're right. But so
So
I was
is this
I was gonna add a note to that now. I can't remember. But the person can elect to do it that way if they want. It's just not the default.
But
The
problem
bill
is-
was going to make it a default.
The problem is no one's set up for it.
Right.
I don't even think the state's set up for that. So
I think they have been using some sort of virtual
They should
conferencing
be.
during COVID.
right.
So the theory was, well, if they're using it during COVID, let's just roll it into, making it permanent. And like I said, the person can still elect to do it that way if they want. It's just not the default.
And we have heard that some of the mental hygiene commissioners oppose it. Only because it takes money out of their pocket, for lack of better explanation. This is, I don't want to call it a side hustle, but mental hygiene commissioners are not full time.
Right.
So
Yeah, they would have another job, like, I don't know.
a lot of them are lawyers. So
But I'm
they
not
do
sure
this
how-
kind of on the side. So we have heard that some of the mental hygiene commissioners, because it directly impacts them financially, are opposed to it.
So
But I'm
what-
not
and then
sure how-
Maybe that's how you solve the problem. You just change that they get paid per, not per hour doing it. They get paid per evaluation. So then per evaluation allows them to figure out, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly
You
where.
solve that problem, but, and maybe that's a way to look at that. But does this pilot pilot project, does that allow maybe something like this to be done as a project?
It likely would be a part of it.
Right,
Yeah.
so who's going to be the representative from this area?
What?
Didn't you say there
I'm
was
not
three
sure I
different representatives, or we're part of a
Berkeley, yeah. So our involuntary commitment.
Stop for just a second. Mrs. Phillips, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave the room, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I said at the beginning I was hoping to have a word at the end, and I would like you to please clarify your warning one more time on the record. 'Cause
I'm gonna,
had a
you're,
lot
you're
of
making
things,
noises back there that's
and I wanna make
disruptive.
sure I'm clear.
Teddy, will you help her out of the room, please?
Was that-
You're
that
making
what
noises
you're
back
on
there that's
record for?
disruptive. You're gonna be asked to leave politely, please.
Am I welcome back next week just to listen?
Well, the attorney's working on that.
Because I really have no further comments, but I would like to be able to come and listen when I'm in town. I heard you give me a warning, and I will respect your warning.
Please leave the room now.
Does that mean completely?
Yes,
I'm not allowed to come back?
he said he'd let you know.
Oh.
Attorney's gonna work on it.
Okay, well, very good. Thank you, and if I offended anyone, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't remember what you were asking something.
Well,
Does this allow, is there a representative, so you have three areas that are, I think you said Cabell County and.
Cabell, I think it's Ohio and the Northern Panhandle and then Berkeley.
So what is, so we're
So-
talking about a pilot, what does that consist
So
of? Is there a
DHHR will-
representative that, from each area that's going to meet, is there?
No, from my understanding, DHHR will create the pilot program. So however they're going to implement it, and they will have those three counties carrying out their involuntary commitment process by however they deem that, all right, we're going to pull all these pieces together and see how it works in these three places. That make it more.
So is there any, I guess my question is there any influence where these three counties can get with the DHHR and have some influence in what they believe would work as a pilot program along with the DHHR so that we could come up with something?
Yeah, I think ultimately that is certainly possible to talk with the folks at DHHR that are putting it together.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the folks from DHHR should assist in this transport, something that they probably never
have done, because there's a high security risk
Yeah.
and threat.
Which is really why the legislature wants to allow other transportation methods. So they want to allow other services to be able to transport these people. However, there are so many things that go into it. You are involuntarily detaining someone. So the question then is, should you really be law enforcement when you're transporting someone like that? And should you have the ability to protect yourself and the ability to continue to detain them? So yeah, you're right. There's really a lot of safety concerns. There's a lot of legality that goes into it, which is why they have really had to do this study to see, can we even use, or what are other states using for the transportation?
So could you look into that and let us know maybe if there's some way to set up some type of meeting with these, so that at least we have some type of influence, some type of input, maybe not influence, maybe some type of input on how the pilot gets put together, and,
Yeah.
and can ask those questions in the small group, so that what we don't want to see is that a pilot program gets started somehow without us even knowing the parameters or how
Right.
it's going to work.
Right. Yep.
Does that make sense?
Whatever you say, boss.
I understood it.
Okay.
I had other things on my mind right now, so.
No, I like that phrase though, whatever you say.
You don't hear that very often.
I don't, not in my house.
I thought you liked the boss part.
All right. Any other? I'll work to see
Yeah,
what we.
you understand, I'm sure you
Yeah, I
understand.
got it.
Thanks.
Anything else on that? No.
No.
Okay, so the next one was really simple. We've talked about this many times. It's just clarifying in code that our home confinement officers are classified as law enforcement officers, so they can carry firearms and protect themselves, whether they're going into a school or a government building or what have you.
Is there anything that we'd have to do with the risk pool to make sure they're
Already taken
recognized?
care of.
Okay.
And your home confinement officers will be sworn on, so.
Okay.
Under the fixing time. We've already made those.
Yeah, there was an issue that was actually added to code last year that had to be fixed. It was initially saying that they needed to go to the state police academy in order to be classified as law enforcement, so that was cleaned up in that
And,
deal.
and when you look at, previous to this, when you looked at the definition of law enforcement, I mean, it listed everybody, even mall cops.
Yeah.
But it never listed home confinement
Right.
officers, and that's all we wanted was that extra language put in there.
Did you say even mall cops?
Paul Blart?
All right. Next on the list is the major battle of modifying the number of magistrates per county. This hadn't been done for decades, and it ultimately didn't turn out how a lot of people wanted, but Berkeley County came out ahead, so it was a win for us. As of July 1st of this year, one automatically will be added to Berkeley County.
It's a bittersweet win.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the delegates were like, "Oh, but we need to make sure that we're not growing government." I was like, I mean, that's not my job. My job is to
Well,
protect Berkeley County. So.
There's two ways of growing government. One thing is that you're trying to, when you're enticing, as the state is enticing people to move in, if your population grows, then naturally you have to grow.
Right.
And my thoughts of growing government is when the percentages start to change and then get out of bounds.
Right. Yeah, I think with this, no one wants to lose a magistrate, but there are probably some areas of the state that
A prime
probably
example,
should.
A prime example, I get a chance to do this, is when we're able to run the county council more efficiently and the budget is being increased, but we cut your taxes, that's not growing government.
Right.
Right?
It's clearly not fair that the state could dictate that you have to pay a jail bill, but now you have to have your magistrates doing 3 times as much, as what they are in other areas, and we're supplying the magistrates, but you're responsible for the result
Yeah.
of what happened.
And actually, you're touching on a piece of the jail situation that we were able to, numerous times I would have conversations with people about, these magistrates are not county employees, but they're ultimately responsible for a large part of the jail bill. And there were numerous times where we would have those conversations with legislators, and like you would see a light come on, like, oh, yeah, you're right. They never really thought about it from that perspective. So I know that that's going to be a large part of the conversation when the jails issue is addressed.
Well, between the magistrates and circuit, I'd say they're responsible for about 20% of our budget when you add in everything that is involved.
Right.
And we're not, I hope if any legislators are listening or anybody hears, we're not picking, we're just having healthy discussion and trying to express our concerns, because I know they have their concerns, and we all come to the table, we can get things done.
I think you did a very good job on this one, because I think it's very important to, there's a trickle-down effect that clearly affects the county in many ways with this, and I think it's really important what you've done. Unfortunately, it's gonna cost us a bunch of money, because we still only get the $75,000 a year that everybody else gets to maintain it all, and we're going to have to grow that.
But I
that
think
area.
ultimately it could help save money in a lot of other areas. So
Absolutely.
hopefully there's a balancing there. And when they do this, so the other portions of the bill that I didn't mention was the state Supreme Court has been instructed in this bill to do a study of all of the magistrate courts in the state, talking about caseload and what have you. And then by January 5th, bring that report to the legislature and say, here's our recommendation for how to allocate. So they've raised the number to 170. The current number is 152. Right? I'm losing the current number in my mind right now. But ultimately, I believe there's only about 11 additional magistrates that will be added. So they're going to bring a report to the legislature to say, this is how we think you should allocate those 11 new magistrates. Because the bill also says no county can ever dip below the level that they're at now.
I see that.
Yeah. So,
That's
like
how this.
like I said, the people that represent all the counties that would have lost, they're like, oh no, we have to protect, It's a similar mentality when it comes to locality pay.
And rightfully so, some of the smaller counties, that's a big economic part of their economics of their little area,
Right.
Well, and I can understand some of that argument too. You know what I mean? If they only have two magistrates.
Or one.
Yeah.
No
One's in
county
trouble.
has one. They all have at least two.
Yeah, but if they have two and one's sick, now it's all relies
And
on the
in
one.
some iteration of the bill, it was to say you could never dip below two, because you should have two. If someone's on vacation, you should always have someone else there.
Right.
There's also a bill passed that allows some sharing of magistrates for on-call type of purposes. So that's helped to those small counties that only have two. Also.
And ultimately, if they're increasing the amount of magistrates for the state, and everybody's losing population but us and maybe a couple others.
Yeah. So my point was saying that was we will likely get more. I don't know how many they'll suggest that we get, but we're very far behind the average number that we should have. I think most when they were doing it based on population or they were doing it based on caseload, Berkeley County needed at least 3 more in most of those calculations. So depending on how the court looks at it, I would imagine Berkeley County will get maybe 1 or 2 more.
They're pretty smart. They'll figure it out.
And the thought with them doing it is maybe politics won't enter it, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Any questions on that? No. Okay. So the Urban Mass Transportation Authority Act is something that Doug brought to my attention, and the folks at EPTA had brought it to you. There was an issue with paycheck protection when it was passed by the legislature, then put West Virginia in not in compliance with federal law. So this had kind of gotten stuck on the inactive calendar in the House toward crossover day, and we needed to get it out of the House and over to the Senate so it wouldn't die and cost the counties millions of dollars. So we were able to do that, and it passed and put West Virginia back in compliance with federal law, ultimately saving that millions of dollars that you all may have had to come up with to continue EPTA service. So next, and I think last on the list of bills passed, are two bills that have to do with infrastructure funding. So I know we talked a lot about in November, this coming session, we're going to be talking a lot about the federal infrastructure funding that will ultimately trickle down to the counties and municipalities. So these two bills kind of serve as mechanisms to send that ARPA money to the county, or any county, not just this county.
County/state, yeah.
Slash municipalities. So this money would come from the state to the county or municipality. The first one pertains to the Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council. Like, it removes the congressional district requirement. So previously, money had to be equally distributed among the 3 congressional districts. Now that we only have 2 congressional districts, they've just completely removed that requirement. So the money can be allocated however they see fit. And it also increases some caps on funding that they can allocate. The second one, I think, is likely a tool that we will be able to use to get a good amount of ARPA funding. It creates something called the Economic Enhancement Grant Fund. So the fund can fund things such as water development. It basically can apply to water, sewer, economic development, and tourism projects. So I know that you all have talked a good bit with leadership in the House and Senate and the governor's office about getting some ARPA money for upgrades to the water system here. That's likely a tool that will be used to disperse that money.
And Alan, we have a meeting on that coming up here.
We have the EPA commissioner for the federal government, Commissioner Reagan, will be here next Monday at 10 a.m. at the request of Senator Capito.
Right.
We're going to meet her first at the Inwood water treatment plant, because of course that's one of the oldest, most antiquated treatment plants, from 10 to 11, and then 11 o'clock we're going to meet to discuss how the federal government can help us with about $120 million worth of water needs.
Please don't let me forget that meeting. Try to make that.
But that's awesome from the federal government, but the state obviously is also still saying that they will help as well.
Right.
You say you're going to try to make that? That's cool, and you can take my place, because I was going to.
Well, no, I mean, one of us,
No,
whatever.
I'm good with that.
And they actually
Eddie's gonna do it too.
have a funding mechanism for this development also, from excess funds that they're putting over into this infrastructure committee, I think.
Yeah, so yes, it will send money, but it also the ARPA money will go there into this fund, and then they can take it from this fund to counties and municipalities. That makes sense. Okay, any other questions on those?
I think that's a win too, to be able to set
Yeah.
up the way they did. So.
So these, I'll just briefly touch on these. We've talked about these bills so many times. The legal advertisement bill, we managed to get 2 bills introduced this session. One, I thought, was a pretty good compromise for everyone. It would just reduce the per word amount that anyone pays for a legal advertisement. It is definitely the most palatable moving forward, so I think that's what we will likely go with in the next session. It just didn't make it onto an agenda.
Isn't this another one that they've done a little bit of a study on, it, where the state could do some of their advertising on the internet?
So
They
yes,
approved that.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
But they're still they are still publishing in the paper.
Yeah, but they're trying to
So they
streamline
did
it.
start the website and give the state the ability to kind of serve as a pilot project to see will people actually use this
That
website.
actually started last year.
I think it started
It was approved last
probably
year.
January 1st of this
Right,
year.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they, I mean, real simple, why couldn't you just do an advertisement that says there is a list at this site to be able to view all of the.
So
all of
in my
the-
study of this is actually a national issue. Like states all over the country are having this same debate. I watched because this is what I do in my free time, I watched 3 hours of Pennsylvania debating this legal advertisements discussion because they want to do the same thing. They want to stop printing it in newspapers that are diminishing in distribution, unfortunately.
Circulation is down.
Yeah, so, but even they couldn't really come up with a
But
good,
you serve,
because,
but you serve the same purpose if you advertise that there is a list.
yeah,
And this is how you access the
I
list.
agree. But there are federal laws that have this threshold of notice that have to be met, and that's kind of what states are having a hard time figuring out. Like, at what point do we meet the threshold of actually informing the public? And that's kind of what they're having to debate. So my compromise was, well, let's just pay less per word.
We can buy Twitter from Elon Musk and put it out there ourselves.
There you go. For what,
And I think
$45 million?
eventually, this is one of those bills that'll eventually get there. It's kind of like the surplus property. But remember, years and years and years ago, the state law said surplus property, once you declare it surplus property, must be sold on the front steps of the courthouse. To the point that when we wanted to do surplus property
At the sheriff's
at the
department.
sheriff's department, we had to declare that the courthouse annex. And then they changed that, whereas we could do online auctions.
Right.
And we've started to see the results of that, where we're getting 3, 4, and 5 times the amount from an auction vehicle than we did sell on the parking lot at no cost to us. So, but that took years and years and years and years just to get that language changed. I think that's going to be, eventually you'll get us there, but
Yeah, you have to battle with the press association. You know, they have,
Oh, yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily think that they have much say, but they do, because everyone's worried about what their local newspaper is going to say about them. And there is that legal question of at what point do we meet the threshold of public notice. So.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you just note that there is a list, and you do that in the paper, now you've got, one line,
And if
3 by 5 or whatever, that notices that it has to be on this page or whatever, you know what I mean? You
and
do
a lot of
that.
times it says you have to do it, but it doesn't say in what format. And let's use, because last Thursday we had the notification of delinquent taxes. You saw it in my office. There was no rhyme or reason to how the property was listed. It wasn't alphabetical.
I've seen that on public, on the
So-
personal property, it's crazy.
Your name could have been on there, and unless you went through, and that publication cost us in excess of $50,000 just for that. Well, that's nuts.
Well, here's a different twist on that whole thing is actually generally probably 90% of the bills that get passed, there's some type of cost savings or benefit to all county government throughout the whole state of West Virginia, right? Because it's deal making when you get that level. One of the things that we really, really all feel strongly about is the last thing you want to do is have somebody forced in or a possibility of losing their property, whether it's personal property, it can't be personal property or real property. But the way it's set up today is all you're doing is adding more cost for them to redeem that property. So you're going, if we all truly believe in personal property and real property rights, we want to make it accommodating for that person, because even though we're spending $150,000 on advertising, and actually that gets reimbursed at the redemption of the property. So really the burden's going on the person that's about ready to lose their property. it might be another different twist that we may want to add. That
It
we want
was
to make it-
already in trouble.
Right,
perhaps.
exactly. It's kind of like taking away somebody's driver's license, but still expect them to be productive citizens and still keep a job.
They did it to me.
Yeah, you know. So
It's
it's a different twist that people
Yeah.
may think about.
right. Okay. All right. Everyone's favorite discussion, the county sales tax. There were bills, a bill introduced in both chambers. Unfortunately, neither one moved in either body. We are told over and over and over again that this discussion will happen when the personal property discussion happens next year. So there are many different, I guess, methods of making the counties whole, and a lot of them have to do with potentially giving the county their own sales tax or giving them a portion of the state's sales tax. There's just a lot of discussions that no one really seems to want to move on until that discussion happens next year, if the voters approve that on the ballot. So, I know that's not the answer that anyone really wants, but it is the reality, political reality in Charleston.
But it gives every county the incentive to do more, right? Because it's sort of like a prime example I was thinking about would be for us to we always talk about Interstate 81. It's a good and bad thing, and people traveling through 80-some thousand per day, they would help contribute to that 1 penny sales tax. But also, it would also give a county a reason to grow, because one of the things that the state has a benefit of, they have no cap on their sales tax on an inflation side, right? So if inflation has went up 15% a year, right, for the last 3 or 4 years, which you all know it probably has. However, that's not the number we get. They get 6% sales tax on the new inflated price. But us as a county, we have to absorb the inflation rate, and so does most people. But the county has a cap, right, of 3%. And so it's what's good for the state isn't good for the counties, and that's bad. You know, we gotta give us a reason to host an event that's going to burden our public safety. Give us a reason to entice businesses to come to Berkeley County that's going to help the county government and less burden the people of the county. It just makes all the absolute sense in the world. And as Senator Blair said, it's years ago would say everybody pays that, whether they're on a W-2 or whether it's somebody dealing cash on their table all the time.
I think
And I understand that they're not willing to move on this until the amendment is voted on, because I think that there are big changes coming. You know, there has to be some surety, which, you know, leadership has said that there'll be surety that the counties and municipalities and schools will be whole. But I think that before they ever give a county the ability to increase a sales tax, that they're going to require that you tell them exactly where every penny is going to go and what you plan to do with those additional funds. I That's what I think. Now, I've got ideas on that, and what I think we could do, especially when it comes to the homestead exemption increase. Once again, that's a statewide figure of $20,000, which might be very beneficial in southern West Virginia. But it's not real beneficial up here for our.
Should be based off of the average price.
Let's look at the housing index again.
Right.
Everything keeps pointing there, because I think that 1 cent sales tax, that if we were allowed, we could raise our homestead exemption from 20,000 to 30,000, and 7,500 people, 7,500 homes in this county would be able to keep $125 of their own money,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
approximately.
There's all kinds of ways to look at it. But I think the biggest problem is the state has to be committed to solving the problem that the Eastern Panhandle has that no other part of the state has. And the Eastern Panhandle has a population comparable to a city. And they need to be able to supply full-time firefighting. They need to be able to supply more police officers. They need to be able to supply those things that the rest of the state doesn't do. And until they come up with a plan to be able to fund or help the county come up with a fund to be able to do those things, this county's going to suffer because there's not enough money in our budget and the same budget that they have in the center of West Virginia to do what needs to be done in a high population based area. And that is give those services that people need. You don't have the volunteers. You don't have the things that, you have in those remote counties. And, there's got to be a commitment to solve that problem. And their commitment is to solve the problem of the state. And we're 1 out of 55 that has a problem. And they're like, well, that's your problem.
Yeah, it's no longer a one size fits all. It's just
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Oh, really briefly, the Rails with Trails bill made it all the way to the last night of session, and I'm sure Matt has informed you guys that one word was changed in the House, and then the Senate never got to it in their pile of bills that unfortunately died in the last night of session. So
There's hope that that's going to get passed.
yeah, I don't see why not. It passed the Senate, it passed the House, but had a small change, and the Senate just simply never got to it
Right.
in their stack of bills that sits on the president's desk on the last night of session. So.
And that won't be brought up in a special session, or just wait for regular session?
I would. The governor would have to put it on
Right.
a special session call. And
I'm sure.
a lot of people thought that there was going to be a special session in June, but there's not going to be, which is kind of surprising to a lot of people. So I don't know when a special session would happen.
I can see where that wouldn't be high on the governor's priority list, but I could understand where that could be because of bringing people into the state and tourism and stuff like that.
When you talk about tourism, it
Yeah.
should be
We're
high.
the newest state with a national park,
Right.
the New River Gorge National Park.
That's right.
So
Yeah. And
I can see rail and trail working all the way down through there.
Yeah, you're right. Good point. There is a railroad. I'm going to skip to the other relevant legislation just so I can try to wrap this up. There were 3 bills that came up during session that I think could potentially be county priorities in the future, so I added them to this section just to kind of briefly mention them. The county amusement tax didn't ultimately pass, but was introduced in both chambers. The Senate passed their version, but then House Finance never took up the bill. I think there could be ways for that to be more, tailored to. A lot of it would have applied to Berkeley County, whereas in the past those pieces of legislation really didn't have pieces in it that would apply to Berkeley County. But I think we could consider that in the future. Obviously, the conversion of the excise tax on property transfers that Delegate Hardy has worked for several years on that. It's obviously in motion. This would have just simply sped up the process. unfortunately, it did pass the House but wasn't taken up in Senate Finance. I think we could possibly try to work out a way to where that gets sped up a little faster. So I put that on there. And then, like we mentioned earlier, the number of state troopers per county hasn't been reallocated in a very long time. So this bill was introduced by Senator Trump to kind of do it based on 2020 census data. I think it's obviously a hefty fight again because no one county wants to lose troopers. But if they focused putting new troopers in the counties that needed them and reallocate them that way, they could.
How is the
potentially-
recruitment of troopers going?
I think they have hundreds of openings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the sad part about it
Now, the locality pay discussion for troopers ended up resulting in a $10,000 increase for every trooper. So we'll see if that maybe helps fill some of those vacancies.
right.
But ultimately, it didn't address the locality issue. It just gave everyone a $10,000 raise.
Now, I'm gonna ask you for something. I was writing some notes down while you was talking. I'd like to know, and this is something that could fall under your umbrella, how many state troopers per county compared to their deputy count, compared to the population? Little spreadsheet for it. I wanna see what the ratio is.
Okay, so per county versus the deputies, you said something.
State troopers per
Yeah.
county, number of state troopers allocated, number of county deputies that's funded for in their budget for per county budgets, and the 2020 census on population.
You mean state troopers allocated or state troopers actually hired?
Oh, that could be two columns,
Yeah.
state troopers allocated and state troopers that,
Or actually on the job?
yeah,
Yeah.
because I know that we're out of bounds severely. And what the way to fix this would be to, if you're successful in recruitment, the way to fix this is the same way you did the magistrates. You know,
Yeah.
you won't drop below a certain percent, a certain amount, but at the same time, you increase the amount of troopers.
And if they could fill the vacancies, maybe that, you're right, but you have to be able to fill those vacancies. Which would likely be more difficult in counties like Berkeley County, right?
All right.
Okay, and then the last page, I thought this was a good kind of flashback to two bills that we got across the finish line in 2021, just to kind of look to see how they are benefiting the county now. So the taxing of the Airbnbs, VRBOs, any of those marketplace facilitators went into effect January 1st. And so as of April, the total was 51,558. It kind of started really slow, which could be just based on, tourism season kind of ramping up toward April, because in April alone, it was 23,644. So based on those numbers, the estimate for 2022 is likely around $200,000 that will be generated from these non-hotel submissions. So I think that's pretty substantial benefit to the county from that bill that was passed last year. And then the
So these are
redistribution.
allocation we're receiving now?
Yes, sir. As part of our hotel motel.
Are those,
Oh, it's incorporated on hotel, so that's why we're seeing the hotel motel tax increase.
Already increased, yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
now, is any of that pulled out different from hotel motel versus Airbnb?
No, sir.
It's not
It's
all.
all reported as one himself.
But
That's a big shot in the arm
Yes.
for the Parks and Rec.
Some places, when I would travel in my RV, they actually
And
charge,
CBD.
a lot of states charge that on camping as well.
RV spots.
Well, that was one of the things Miss Mock was asking for.
yeah, I don't remember the reason why they didn't want to do that. I can look into it again, but I know specifically when this conversation was happening last year.
Hers
they
was
didn't.
specific to, I think, seasonal workers.
Mm-mm,
No?
I don't think so.
Anybody that
She
stayed
was-
over?
She would bring that up
Okay.
Right.
because the how many people we had that was living in campers that was here to do work in Berkeley County.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the redistribution of tipping fees, it's a phase in. If you remember, each year it'll go up. So this year, they've received approximately, for fiscal year 2022, because it started last July 1st, it goes to this July, is about $20,000. But then next year it'll be about $48,000 and go up from there until it's fully implemented in 2026, around $121,000. And that's if the waste levels remain the same. If they increase, which they likely will with the increase in population, those numbers would go up. But I thought it was
Well,
important.
ours probably won't go up because it's got that tipping of maximum 10,000 ton per month.
That's true. Maybe not. Any questions on that? Okay.
Just one other thing while Summer's here, and it's not on her list, but I wanted to make the council aware of it. Make you aware of it, but it's already been done. So, House Bill 4282 was passed this past legislative session. And it actually has to do with the appointment of a committee to look at next generation 911. We are the only county in the state, and we have been for some time, that's equipped to do next gen 911. But because of the current siren system, we can't do it. So House Bill 4282 actually appointed a committee to study next gen 911 throughout the county. It provides in there that the County Commissioners Association is to submit a list of 12 names of persons to the governor's office, and the governor's office is to select 2 people from that list to put on this council, this committee to represent the counties. End of last week after the council met, I submitted Gary Wine's name. I talked to Gary about it, and he said absolutely he would be willing to serve. The committee's only in effect until the end of June next year. They have to have their work done within the next 10 to 12 months. Who better to serve on this committee representing the county than Berkeley County? So his name was submitted. I did get confirmation from the County Commissioners Association yesterday that they submitted their 12 names to the governor's office, and I have reached out to the governor's office letting them know that we felt very strongly that we have a seat at the table. My big concern with this is there will also be representatives of various public safety agencies from the state, including the state police. You know, there's always been that tug of war over funding. Just want to make sure that this isn't used as maybe a backdoor to kind of get into some of our 911 fees. So that's yet another reason I thought that we should have a voice of what's going on, and a set of eyes there. So I'll let the council know. But we did request that we be part of that committee.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you for doing a good job for us. And
Yes.
we're, in my opinion, you represent the county well. There's a lot of things that you haven't talked about that you've worked tirelessly to try to help get pushed through. And you and I had a lot of conversations on some of them tiring nights.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I let you know that I appreciate everything that you've done.
Pleasure.
I do as well. I think you do a very good job, and you present yourself well as we seem down there and put, able to get in front of the right people and have those conversations. So I much appreciate what you do for Berkeley County.
Yeah, and I think to that point, I think that's really the reason why having someone there and getting to know those people is really important.
And on that return trip in February, when Dan and I went down, I had the opportunity to tell council that I thought that we were in very good hands with Omega, and that you all did an excellent job in getting us in front of Secretary Sandy in particular on the jail bill, so we had an opportunity to express our concerns and our concern of helping him and other counties do some of the things that we're doing to keep our jail bill down.
Yeah, and he seems very, very interested in a lot of the things that were discussed there. I don't remember if we had this discussion, but that meeting happened, and then I think it was that night we went to dinner, and Delegate Kelly was there, and he said he had just gotten off the phone with Secretary Sandy. He was talking to him about the issues that you all brought up with magistrates being state employees and really out of the hands of the council, or county in general, not just the council. But so he was thinking about it and called Delegate Kelly later that evening. So I know he really wants to fix a lot of those issues.
And I know that they have some concerns themselves. I mean, he expressed concern about the rising cost of healthcare
Yeah.
For
For the-
the folks
Yeah.
that they're keeping.
yeah.
And you just brought up, I'd like to say that I'd like to thank our magistrates and our circuit judges for doing what they do. They look upon and they respect the county council and the judicial branch, the prosecuting office, and work well with us. I don't want that to go without due recognition, because they, even though they're not part of the county council's budget, they do take great pride in looking over and making sure we do the right thing. So,
And the programs we've created, they work great with what we have.
Yeah, and apparently it doesn't really work as well in a lot of other counties that they have those programs, but maybe they're not being as efficiently used.
right.
Doug and I sat in on one of the regional meetings for the Day Report Center, and from my understanding, we're the only one that does it that way.
In that meeting, yeah.
And
And that really helps with the jail bill.
that's the success rate. I mean, that's what determines the success
Right.
rate, is having the partnerships, without a doubt.
All right, Summer, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna do items from the public because we will be going in executive session for almost everything, real estate, legal matters, and economic development.
I'm ready to go in,
No, go ahead.
I'm ready to go in executive session.
For all the matters above.
All the matters.
Fire us up.
We're on.
All right, we're out of the executive session. Is there any action being taken?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, I'd like to move that we give you the authorization to sign the release for the Endo settlement agreement.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Barnard, if you do the honors,
I would love to, Mr. President. I move to recess.
we are recessed.
How do we get so far ahead yet so far